1, 2. Dahil na. Sama radyo yan. Ngayon, rolay kami. Ano? Ha? Ayaw. Opening. Ay, Diyos. Nag-traffic ka sa Robinson? Dito? Please all stand.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly take your seats for our roll call.
Honorable Nelson S. Ligacion, City Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer present. Roll call on the City Councilors. Honorable Cecilia Bidiasis on leave. Honorable Gregorio Arabunal present. Honorable Cesar Ranyola present. Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro present. Honorable Mila S. Derakid Arroyo absent. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr. present. Honorable Roselito S. A. Del Rosario absent. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present. Honorable Rayan Cedric Gerentoy present. Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. present. Mr. Chairman, there is a quorum.
There being a quorum, the 55th regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlunsod is now formally called to order.
Prayer.
Manalangin tayo. Mahal na Panginoon, sa pagtatalakayan namin sa kapulungang ito, bigyan ninyo kami ng talino upang mapaglabanan ang simboyo ng aming damdamin. Bigyan nyo kami ng mapag-unawang puso na walang kinikilingan. Bigyan nyo kami ng malawak na pananaw upang mabatid ang anumang nakabalangkas para sa inaharap. Bigyan ninyo kami ng tatag at lakas ng loob sa pagtuklas ng katotohanan at kabutihan. Bigyan niyo kami ng kakayahan sa pananalita na maaari kaming maunawaan. At higit sa lahat, Panginoon, gawin ninyo kaming karapat-dapat na lingkod bayan ng lungsod na labis naming minamahal at iginagalang ang lungsod ng Naga, ang puso ng Bicol. Siya nawa.
Pambansang awit.
Bahalang magiliw, presang silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, luyang ka ng maginti, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisig, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at alaw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw lamang ating pasindaw. Buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We wish to acknowledge the presence of Councilor Joselito del Rosario and the students from the Naga College Foundation, headed by their professor, Mr. Jose Carlo Labapie, and Mr. Osias Villaben. Okay. Welcome to the session hall of the Sangguniang Panlungsod. We proceed.
Privilege time.
Anyone from the members of this body? Yes, Councilor Joselito del Rosario.
Marinaga po sa Gabos, the Honorable Presiding Officer, Vice Mayor Nelson Ligason, sir, my esteemed colleagues in the 12th Sangguniang Panlungsod, the Head of the Secretariat, members of the media, students from the Naga College Foundation, marinaga po sa Tuya, Gabos. Mr. Chair, it has been 5 years since we felt a collective shock of the news of the crash of the Piper Seneca, and how our own spirits also seem to sink with it down the cold, dark waters of the Masbate shore. Since then, thousands of tributes have been offered for our beloved Jesse, and today it seems so trivial for me to pitch in my own homage. But you and I know the greatness of the man, and all what have been said and done will not be enough to bestow the proper honor for his achievements. During these situations, the immediate impulse is to turn on our laptops or smartphones and Google quotes on greatness. On second thoughts, perhaps this focus on greatness has become, ironically, simplistic and common. So instead of surfing the World Wide Web, Mr. Chair, I turned inward towards myself and tried to think of an alternative, the more basic perspective, something that strikes at the heart of the matter, instead of the vastness and immensity of pain. Then a line from The Little Prince sprang forth in my mind, verbalized to explain love, beauty, and life by a wise fox to a child who sought the meaning of life. He said, quote, "It is only with the heart that one can see rightly. What is essential is invisible to the eye," unquote. There's a belief in old cultures that inanimate objects have their own spirits. It is not therefore far-fetched and even logical to say that a city made up of the land, its waters, air, human structures, and individual citizens can have a soul. And what is essential is within the soul of our beloved city of Naga. I believe that special people like our Jesse can see and communicate with the soul, the spirit of the environment, the community, the society, beyond the individual entities. I believe great men have a different sense, a different way of seeing things, a different mode of comprehension that most of us can only try to achieve. I believe great men can see beyond the physical, beyond the individuals, and see the relationships, the links, the bonds of the essence of life that exists, that most of us can only pretend to understand. How I wish I could see with these eyes, but we can truly try and attempt to look beyond the superficial, the structures, the hollow words of self-praise and malicious criticism, and the shallow attempts at erecting high pedestals for personal gains. Above and beyond these things, I believe, was the word of our beloved Jesse. It is somewhere between our attempts to understand and survive among the shadows and reflections, the petty world, and the ideal world of perfection, as Plato perceived the world to be. His vision was closer to the ideal than it was to the reality of petty politics. It was his gift, and I am sure that he tried as best as he could to share this special vision with us. Sadly, the journey towards this vision had only begun when the tragedy happened. But if we believe in destiny, we can believe that the events can serve as challenge for us, that we are being tested on whether or not we can pursue what he had started, a new politics that rejected traditionalism and patronage towards responsible statesmanship and genuine self-sacrificing service. The manifestations of his vision are all around us to see. The physical structures that are only the facade of the soul of the city, but its foundations, good governance, accountability, servant leadership, can only be seen by those who truly believe that our city has a soul and spirit. These are what are truly essential. Can we see them? Do we believe in their existence? Are we willing to rise beyond petty politics? For myself, I have faith that the essential foundations for a progressive, safe and secure, and just Naga City are deep and strong. 5 years ago, we lost a great man, but our city and nation found its soul. We will not let you down. We will keep the faith. Diyos mabalos, Desi.
Thank you, Councilor Joselito del Rosario. Next item. Yes, Councilor Labadia Jr.
I just take the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, na mapaaram po sa tuwing presiding officer that I will be attending the opening sa Robinson. So I will be leaving before 9:45, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Elmer Ballimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following inclusion. Under special business or order, item number 1 is the letter from the City Mayor, marked as urgent, requesting the passage of an ordinance reverting to the unappropriated balance the amount of 78,000 pesos for the purchase of the furniture and pictures at the JMR Museum. Item number 2, the SBO, also endorsement coming from the City Mayor, endorsing the Memorandum of Agreement on the Shared Service Facilities Project entered into by and between the Department of Trade and Industry and the City Government of Naga. Item number 3 of the special business or order is the proposed resolution commending Pearl Matea B. Panganiban, Grade 2 pupil of Ateneo de Naga Grade School, who won bronze prize in the 2017 International Mathematics Wizard Challenge in Xiamen, China on May 17 to 24, 2017. And item number 4 of the SBO, Mr. Chair, is the letter coming from the Naga College Foundation, pertaining to the Bachelor of Public Administration Employees Development Program for the employees of City Hall. Item number 6 of the item number 10 of the unfinished business, Mr. Chair, is the letter from the City Human Resource and Management Office pertaining to the ordinance instituting the program on awards and incentives for public excellence. Item number 11 of the unfinished business is the letter from the acting city director of the PNP pertaining the report on the 90-day test run of PROSA and BMAC e-trikes. Item number 12 is the letter from the city mayor informing the review of the DBM disallowing the amount of 2 million pesos for the retirement gratuity. Under new business, Mr. Chair, is the item number 6 is the proposed ordinance sponsored by the Honorable Jose Ranyola, an ordinance amending ordinance number 95-070 entitled an ordinance prohibiting tobacco, cigar, and cigarette smoking in public places and providing penalties for violation thereof by adding pertinent provision provided under Republic Act number 9211 and Executive Order number 26. And lastly, Mr. Chair, under new business, item number 7 is the letter from the Mr. Solpicio Rocco Jr., Administrator, regarding the request of the conversion of their lot located at Bagong Bayan Sur. I so move for its approval.
Any second? Without objection, our order of business as modified is now approved. Before we further proceed, we wish to acknowledge the presence of our guests from the Department of Interior and Local Government. They are trainee officers who came to observe our regular session. May we acknowledge Local Government Operations Officer 2, Alfredo Fria Jr., together with LGO2, Bernice Paz Paita, LGO2, Erilyn Tiokson, LGO2, Jane Crisel Olitokit Bubis, LGO2, Jane Catherine Gonzalez, LGO2, Leonard Champ Navarro, and Local Government Operations Officer 2, Michelle Ann Buena Obra. Okay. We proceed.
Order of business, special business order, the letter from the City Mayor requesting for the passage of an ordinance reverting the amount of 78,000 pesos to cover the purchase of furnitures and fixtures at the GMR Museum.
Councilor Greg Abunal as acting chairman of the Committee on Appropriations.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I haven't seen a single letter of the request, Mr. Chairman.
So, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Greg Abunal? Should we temporarily defer this item or we refer this to the Committee on Appropriations?
For the moment, Mr. Chairman, kindly defer the item.
Okay, so we will go back to this later on. We defer this temporarily. Next item.
The endorsement dated August 14, 2017 from the City Mayor requesting authority to enter into a memorandum of agreement on the shared service facilities project with the Department of Trade and Industry.
The Honorable Julian Labadia Jr. as Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Investment.
May I request, Mr. Chairman, that this particular item be referred to the Committee on Trade.
Okay, in the absence of a contrary opinion, we are referring this to the Committee on Trade and Investment. Next item.
The proposed resolution commending a student of Ateneo de Naga University.
Anyone? Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that the past 4 weeks we have been recognizing students, Naga City students, for their outstanding performances in various mathematics competitions abroad. We are now informed that Pearl Matea Panganiban, grade 2 student of the Ateneo de Naga Grade School, won bronze medal at the 2017 International Mathematics Wizard Challenge in Xiamen, China. I am therefore submitting a resolution congratulating and commending said student, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the motion is approved. We are passing how many resolutions? Separate resolutions? Only one? Okay. Next item.
The letter dated June 20, 2017 from the Dean of the Naga College Foundation with respect to its offered Bachelor of Public Administration course and proposing to tie up with the city's Employees Development Program.
I understand that a representative of the Naga College Foundation is going to speak about this, to expound about the proposed memorandum of agreement. Should we allow her, the representative? Will that be all right? Okay, in which case we are suspending our rules of procedure. Who will be speaking in behalf of Naga College Foundation? Okay. Kindly approach the podium, identify yourself, and whenever ready, you may start with your presentation.
And so, good morning, Your Honor. I am Celine Cicillos from Naga College Foundation.
You are?
Celine Cicillos, sir. Your Honor. And the resolution that I will present to you this morning will be called Employees Development Program. So from the title, employees, so the target of this resolution will be the employees of the City Hall, and especially the undergrad and those that finished a course that is not aligned in public service. And of course, aside from the employees, NCF also is willing to have other constituents of Naga who have not finished college and yet willing to enjoy the privilege in getting scholarship grant to this resolution. So, Employees Development Program is a scholarship for the employees and the others who wants to enroll in NCF in public administration. So, and NCF wants to help the city of Naga in sa pag-ano po ng resolution na to sa para matupad po or may sakatuparan po ng resolution na ito. And alam po natin na yung Naga College Foundation is the only school in Naga na nag-offer po ng public administration. And since sa K-12 curriculum po, 2018 po, yung curriculum po ay mababago. Naka-align na po sila doon sa mga students na mag-graduate po ng senior high school. So, iba na po yung mga subjects. And alam po natin na yung mga estudyante na nag-graduate ng high school and hindi po nakapasok sa K-12 curriculum, they are required na mag-enroll ng senior high school before entering college. So NCF po wants to help na yung mga employees po ng City Hall na gustong mag-graduate po ng public administration makatapos po. And so we know that in the public administration po, yung service po ng mga employees po dito sa City Hall will become mas better pa po kaysa mas better po, and po natin na ngayon, better din po, maganda din po yung service ng City Hall. Pero dito po, since type po siya, yung LCF and yung LGU Naga, both will have roles and responsibilities in case po na ma-approve po yung resolution na to. And sa NCF po, we have here 5 roles and responsibilities. First is allot a minimum of 5 slots for the LGU Naga. And to give 50% discount to grantees tuition fee for his GEC subjects. So the 50% po will be, free po from NCF. Third one, ensure a continuous program for the grantee to finish his studies in 4 years or less. Fourth, ensure a quality program, contents, and qualified teachers. And lastly, monitor and report every semester the progress of the grantee to the LGU Naga. And for the LGU Naga po, and first is assign a program coordinator to act as a liaison between NCF and LGU Naga para po mayroong connection. Second, send a minimum of 5 employees or future employees, ito po yung hindi present employee ngayon ng City Hall, and out of school youth, kasi pwede din po na yung mga gusto na mag-serve sa City Hall na hindi pa nakaka-enter ng college, pwede din po sila pumasok sa program na to. At least po 5 employees or 5 employees or future employees. Third is allocate funds as payment for the remaining 50% of the grantee's tuition fee, miscellaneous, and other fees. And since 50% lang po yung sa NCF po, yung other 50% will be provided by the city government of Naga. Screen grantee as to his physical, intellectual fitness, and willingness to join the program. So, syempre po, kailangan din po i-make sure na yung mga grantees po ng program na ito are qualified sa sa program na to para sigurado po talaga na matapos nila yung program. Fifth is perform other functions as may be required by NCF like a guest lecturer, visiting professor, sharing your unique, innovative, and transformative programs in case po na may mga seminars o mga ganyan po sa school namin. Sixth, accommodate interns for their on-the-job training on their senior year. So yung mga yung mga makakatapos po ng program na ito or yung magiging intern, i-accommodate po sila dito sa City Hall. Seventh, verify and be liable to the correctness of the expenses incurred in Employees Development Program or EDP in accordance with government budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules. Eighth, in case the grantee withdraws after the 2nd month of the semester, the LGU or the grantee shall pay in full the tuition fee. This is to ensure that grantee shall finish the program. And so yung din po, yung grantee ng program na ito will also have roles and responsibility. And first of that is maintain an average of at least 85 and above in every semester para po yung budget na naalat po sa kanila maging worth it naman po. And second, finish the course another 5 years, at least 5 years in service in a City Hall. If the grantees fail to finish the course, he or she will pay the amount already given for his or her study. So, kailangan po na matapos ng grantee yung 4 years or yung matapos po yung course na yun. And in case po na ma-approve po yung resolution na to, yung kung sakali po na sa tingin niyo po ninyo hindi nakakatulong yung resolution after many years or kung ano po yung sa tingin ninyo, you can withdraw po the resolution 3 weeks before yung start ng school year. And if not po, without the said notice, the NCF shall always presume that the grantees or scholars will enroll in that specific school year Further, this agreement shall always be in effect without the need for the renewal of the MOA. Yan. And, syempre po, if you, may mga better po kayong ideya na pwede po ninyong idagdag or may mga bagay po kayo naisip na gustong alisin po sa resolution na ito, open po na pwede po na baguhin po ito. And kung may mga better po kayong ideas. And for the effectivity of this agreement po, this agreement shall take effect immediately upon signing and swearing before a notary public of all the parties and their respective witnesses. The NCFLG Naga Employees Development Program shall remain in full force in effect until the MOA for this resolution is terminated. And
Okay.
yun lang po.
Are you through? Okay.
Yes,
So,
po.
question from the members of this body. We start with Councilor Ray Rentoy, and then after you, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that what is being sought before this chamber is an authority for the city mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement. Is that correct?
Yes po.
May we know whether the Naga College Foundation had already talked with the city mayor relative to this matter?
Yes, sir. About tomorrow. Opo, nabanggit po ng professor ko na may nagbigay na po ng MOA po sa mayor. So, yes,
I
sir.
understand that giving MOA is different from talking with the city mayor, Mr. Chairman. So may we know whether the Naga College Foundation had already talked with the city mayor relative to this matter of entering into a memorandum of agreement?
Yes, Professor Jose Carlo Labapie may assist Ms. Celine Silos in responding to the questions of this body.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, sir, so we have already forwarded the MOA to the office of the mayor, but we were still waiting for the notice of the mayor whether we will engage with them to talk with them or not. So, but I requested also with the help of Sir PJ that we can also give this letter to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to tackle.
Okay. Follow-up question?
In the same way, the grant of authority for the city mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement between the city government and the Naga College Foundation is still premature. In fact, there is no yet a request coming from the city mayor for him to enter into such agreement,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. So we await for that request from the city mayor before we could act accordingly.
And
Thank you.
for the meantime, we can probably refer this to the Committee on Education.
By all means, Mr. Chairman.
But Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we refer this to the Committee on Education, we might as well as wait for the comment from the city mayor. So, before referring it to the committee, we should wait for the comment of the mayor. However, Mr. Chair, for the sake of the discussion, may I just comment on the provision that students who are employees of the city government who is interested in this program should enroll in in this school year to avail that they could not include in the K-12 program. However, Mr. Chair, I understand that the school year was already started, and probably next year the employees of the city government could enroll next year. As we all know, gabos na employees po kang lokal na gobyerno kang Naga na nag-aging K-12. So they should not be qualified in this program anymore.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes,
So,
please.
we still have the second sem, so we still wait for those who have not finished college, employees already of Naga College of city government, but have not finished their college course. So we still have the second sem, and we can still offer what we can still offer on the next school year, as long as that they are they are not there in the K-12, because as we all know that by 2018, so there will be already the new courses for the graduates of K-12, so they may no longer be qualified. So since the programs, since they may have started already the GE, for example, they have started with the first year, second year, and they have not finished the third year and fourth year. So there might be credited subjects that they no longer need to take the bridging program, so that they can be qualified in the college level, sir.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Greg Abonal, and then after you, Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, I would advise them to get in touch with the City College of Naga, because I know that this semester we opened a course for public administration, and if I'm not mistaken, already 20 of our employees are there enrolled.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal, for that information and for the possible consideration of Naga College Foundation. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, I think that we cannot yet proceed with the discussion of this particular matter, since it is indispensable that a request from the mayor to enter into an agreement with the Naga College Foundation is very basic.
Okay.
So I believe that we can already terminate discussion in this particular matter. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. So we will have to await for the possible request or endorsement from the city mayor. We understand that you had already given him a copy of the document that was also shown to us. We appreciate, of course, the offer, the program you are proposing, because if some of our employees are qualified and will be able to avail it, they will benefit from this. But we will have to go through the usual process, and basic of which, as pointed out by Councilor Del Castillo, is the request or endorsement from the city mayor. But for the meantime, we are referring this to the Committee on Education with the understanding that this is not going to be taken up without the request or endorsement from the city mayor. So if you can please go to the mayor for discussion about this matter.
Yes, sir. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. With that, thank you, Professor Labapie and Ms. Celine Silos. The rules are now reinstated. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, I conferred with the members of the committee, Appropriation Committee, and we are ready to submit an ordinance reverting on the request of the city mayor to submit the ordinance reverting to unappropriated balance the amount of 78,000 from the account office equipment of JMR Center for Good Governance and appropriating the same to furnitures and fixtures under the same office. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Next item. We acknowledge the presence of Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. The Secretary will please take note. What about the next item under SBO? Okay. Next item. Unfinished business?
Unfinished business, letter dated August 8, 2017, inviting in today's regular session Attorney Perfecto N. Pragais, the third City Legal Officer, to render a report with respect to the acquisition of the road right-of-way from Langon Cararayan to San Isidro Sanitary Landfill, and an update with respect to the Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road.
We again suspend our rules of procedure. Attorney Perfecto Pragais III, you will please approach the podium.
Good morning, Your Honors. let me...
We are expecting a report,
Yes, Your Honor.
number 1, on the road right-of-way from Langon, Cararayan to Zone 7 of San Isidro, the proposed site of the sanitary landfill. And number 2, with respect to the circumferential road, Calawag, San Felipe.
Yes, Your Honor, please. With regard first to the proposed road towards the sanitary landfill in Barangay San Isidro, there are 7 landowners or properties that will be affected by the proposed road, Your Honor. Wait. And we went to the individual owners, Your Honor, personally. First, with regard to Mr. Napoleon Sarto, Mr. Sarto is already dead, Your Honor. Same with Mr. Juan Sarto. And the heirs, Your Honor, the children, will be coming to the office to talk with me regarding the
You are referring to the ears of Nap Sarto
Nap
or Juan Sarto?
Napoleon Sarto, Your Honor. Let me just get my records.
Are you sure he is already dead? Nap, I know
Let me
Councilor
check,
Del
Your Honor.
Castillo
Let me check.
personally knows Mr. Nap Sarto. Is he
not,
dead?
not, I'm sorry, Your Honor, not Flamianos, not Napoleon
Because
Sarto.
I saw him the other day.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. Not Napoleon Sarto, Your Honor.
Okay.
Juan Sarto, Your Honor. Juan Sarto. Juan Sarto. And the heirs, Your Honor, of Juan Sarto will be, I was informed that they will be talking it over, Your Honor, regarding our letter offer. Now, Mr. Flamiano Galiarte is also already dead. And the heirs also, Your Honor, will also be talking among themselves regarding our letter offer. Now, the Bergantin family, we will go back to them today, Your Honor, because they said Mr. Jose Bergantin, Miss Maria Teresa Bergantin, Miss Elizabeth H. Miranda, Your Honor, and Mr. Nathaniel Bergantin are all working people, Your Honor. So they would be talking. They talked it over last night, and we will go back to them today, Your Honor, to know their response to our letter offer. The only
So that's already 4. You were saying there are 7 landowners?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Who are the 3 other landowners?
Okay. Actually, Bergantin family owns two properties that will be affected by the proposed road, Your Honor. And Napoleon Sarto also owns 2 properties that will be affected by the proposed road. I talked.
So what about the 7th?
Mr. Abella, Your Honor.
Abella.
Mr. Abella, his property is not agricultural, it is residential. And in principle, he's willing to sell the property at 1,000 pesos per square meter. So he told me yesterday that
If it's possible for the city government.
Is that the property along the Kararayan Road?
Yes, sir. Adjacent to the Kararayan Road.
I
That's why
thought
it's
that is the property of Sarto.
No, it's Manuel Abella. And Manuel Abella,
In fact, that is being cultivated by the Sartos along the Kararayan Road. Councilor Del Castillo can confirm that because he is always there.
based on the tax declaration, Your Honor, based on the tax declaration and on the survey conducted by the city government, the property of
at any rate, all the letter offer to buy were already sent to and received by the landowners.
By the landowners, Your Honor.
In the case of Nap Sarto, when did he receive the offer to buy?
We personally went to each individual, Your Honor.
When was that?
Yesterday, Your Honor.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
According to Councilor Greg Abonal, when you were here, because Attorney Braga is the third, was here about 3 or 4 sessions ago.
Yes, Your Honor. I remember that, Your Honor.
And,
but I wasn't able to go.
There was a commitment because we were told earlier by Mr. Jun Mongoso that the offer to buy was sent on June 28, right? That was the representation before the Sangguniang Panglungsod, and that is on record. On June 28, the letter offer to buy was already sent to the concerned landowners. Because the representation before us is that there is an urgency for all of us to perform our respective obligations so that the sanitary landfill can be realized the soonest time possible. And when we requested the presence of the executive, Mr. Florencio Mongoso Jr. appeared before us and told this body that the offer to buy was already sent on June 28.
Your Honor, may I explain, Your Honor?
So that was not true. The representation before us was not correct.
This was what happened, Your Honor.
No, we are after what, when the offer to buy, because the offer to buy is a simple letter. That can be prepared in an hour's time for all the landowners. So the representation before us by Mr. Mongoso Jr. was not true.
Okay.
Anyway, please proceed.
Let me just clarify, Your Honor. I apologize. Well, I told Mr. Mongoso that the letter I'll be sending it the following day because the letter is dated June 27. But after I told him that, as I told the body 3 weeks ago, Your Honor, I realized the error in my letter. So we made several revisions in our letter, Your Honor, including the fact that the suggestion of the Sanggunian is to offer a price of only 150 pesos, Your Honor. So I had to clarify with concerned officers, Your Honor, because in the resolution of the Naga City Appraisal Committee, the recommended valuation is for each of the property is 507 pesos per square meter. So it took a while for me to revise the letters, Your Honor. To be honest, Your Honor, I have also a number of
letters that I've been doing. So it.
But of course, we understand that this is a very this is a top priority of the city government of Naga.
And that's why, Your Honor, we.
So at any rate, what you are telling us now is that the offer to buy was delivered already to the concerned landowners and or their heirs.
Yes, Your Honor.
That was when?
Yesterday, Your Honor. We
Yes.
personally went to each and every family, Your Honor.
Can you please furnish us a copy of the offer to buy, even a Xerox
Yes.
one, with the corresponding proof of receipt by the landowners and or their heirs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any question from this body? Councilor Del Castillo?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, but I was dismayed by that statement because it took more than a month just to revise the offer to buy. What I understand is that, as the Chair had mentioned, last June 28, Mr. Mungoso, if I'm not mistaken, Atty. Barangay told us that the letter will be sent the following day. That's June 29. It's already August 15, Mr. Chairman. So, talagang handal na talaga ko na dahil maradagos na matapos ang sanitary landfill on time. With the recent development, malabo, Mr. Chair, na ma-realize ang project on time.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Any other question or comment from the members of this body? If none, can we... Yes, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, I was contemplating na before we proceed again on the discussion on this issue, may I request, Mr. Chairman, to have an executive legislative meeting or executive meeting with the mayor and with the technical working group? Kasi, Mr. Chairman, ito ang mga idea na sa pagbakal takang si road right of way plus pagpasiminto, talagang medyo may kantidad. Ito ang mga alternatibo, Mr. Chairman, na mas pabor sa city government. Kaya ang suggestion ko, Mr. Chairman, baka pwedeng mag-request kita ng executive meeting, executive legislative meeting with the executive in the presence of the technical working group. Kasi, Mr. Chairman, araw ka itong fear o tinatakutan ni Councilor Salvador Del Castillo, kay puwan talaga, Mr. Chairman, magturukaw kita para pag-urulayan tayo ni.
When will you be available, Councilor Labadia?
Maybe this August, Mr. Chairman, kasi or next week, pwede tayo ng pag-urulayan.
What about tomorrow or Thursday?
Pwede, Mr. Chairman. We can talk tomorrow or...
So we will make the necessary arrangement.
Yes, okay. Mr. Chairman.
Meanwhile, is there any other comment or question? If none, can we proceed to the next project, the Calawag San Felipe Road? Councilor Vidal Castillo, are you still okay? Yes. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think two days ago, or last week, actually, Mrs. Catolico went to my office and told me that she is no longer hiring a lawyer and she is no longer opposing the expropriation.
Okay, meaning, let us be clarified, meaning the complaint for expropriation was already filed before the regional trial court.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is insofar as the three properties are concerned, namely Factora, Catolico, and the other one, Laureles.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And she's also, well, she told me that she's also already willing to agree to the previous offer of the original offer of the city government of
and
300
all of
pesos.
this will be reduced to a compromise agreement that will be approved by the court. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And before we
have it approved, Your Honor, I will submit it to the Sangguniang for...
Okay. So when do we expect to receive the proposed compromise agreement?
Here's the thing, Your Honor. Mrs. Catolico told me that maybe I could help her prepare the necessary papers, Your Honor, to be filed with the court. And I know well, she's the opposing party, so, and I'm for the city government, and I think there's a bit
we
of...
did not further discuss that because somebody may be placed in a difficult position. But we trust that you will do everything to speed up the execution of the compromise agreement and the issuance of the necessary order. Can we expect that
within the week, Your Honor?
Within the week?
Within the week.
Okay. So, Councilor Vidal Castillo, that is good news for you, especially that you are the main proponent of the Calawag-San Felipe Road. Okay. But we still have to acquire the remaining properties that will be affected.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
How many landowners are involved?
3 more, Your Honor.
3 more.
3 more.
We are assuming that necessary actions are being taken towards that end of acquiring.
Yes, Your Honor, please. Although I'm still preparing the letter for a letter reply to Attorney Nonong Galban, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. So with that, any other comment?
With regard, Your Honor, to Mrs. Laureles, initially she told me that she was, well, her word is surrendering it to the city government. But I think 2 days ago, I received a message in FB that she changed her mind and she has issued an SPA to her son, Jimmy, to pursue the case.
Okay. At any rate, the procedure for the acquisition had already started, and we would like to see its completion the soonest time possible, so that Councilor Vidal Castillo will have peace and only if he sees at least the start of the construction. Okay? So with that, thank you, Attorney Perfecto Bragais.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The third. The rules are reinstated. Next item.
The report of the Committee on Appropriations.
Councilor Greg Abonan for the report.
Mr. Chairman, kindly acknowledge the report of the Committee on Appropriation in its meeting of August 7.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were 2 items in the agenda, Mr. Chairman. The first item is a letter dated July 27 from Mr. Francis J. Callao, BSA Horticulture student of Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, asking for financial support for his participation in the Agro Studies Internship Program in Israel in September. The disposition, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
On motion of Honorable Elmer Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Salvador del Castillo, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to extend the financial assistance amounting to 10,000 pesos to Mr. Francis J. A. Callao, BSA Horticulture student of Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, in connection with his participation in the 2017-2018 Agro Studies Internship Program in Israel subject to the endorsement of the city mayor. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that he has submitted a letter from the city mayor for the purpose.
Chargeable against?
The city mayor.
Any second? Without objection, the motion is approved.
The second, Mr. Chairman, was a request from Micaela San Ramon, student of Philippine Science High School, Bicol Region Campus, requesting for financial assistance for her participation in the second International Invention Innovation Competition in Canada on August 26. The request, Mr. Chairman, was withdrawn.
Okay.
That ends the report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal, for your report. We shall now proceed to the next item.
The report of the Committee on Transport.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
before the
Councilor
report,
Del Castillo.
Can we take a short break?
Okay, we take a break. I will meet the students of the Naga College Foundation meanwhile that we are taking break. Likewise, our guest from DILG.
9:59.
Hi, guys. Sabi ko nga, first officer, but I can sense asking forward for the vice mayor
Ano ito nag-break?
but if you like
Ano? Ako si Joseph man po. Maluma.
I'm EJ Barosa. I'm the director of the
Ako I'm not going.
in charge of CSP. And we will meet on September 1 in your school, in Naga College Foundation for the pre-congress. For those who would like to attend, this is approach Sir Carlo Napangkit. Sir, good morning. Approach we will meet 16 students from Naga College. Okay? Some of you are my students in Naga College. So if you have any questions, any concerns, you would like to follow through what Ms. Silo presented a while ago, you may do so. Let's just wait for the vice mayor. If you have questions, concerns, even those not yet tackled, you may ask. You may reach out to them. They are the vice mayor. According to the question,
like going?
Because
I don't feel like going.
hindi man lang pala tayo.
Hindi. For one day, nagsabi niya. Nag-text na siya.
I think this will penetrate everyone. So that we realize this crossing is part of the Yangon or Yangon transit. Because there are so many people, especially students, parents, crossing, who want to cross instead of going around Magsaysay or Orlando, and students will be able to support other purposes, maybe also even the benefit of Venus or other participants to cross the river instead of commuting back to home basis. Although this is a long time idea or concept, it would be possible that our NGO initiate or try to start planning this as has been
Actually, we are in the process of formulating a very sustainable urban development plan. The process has already started with the planning with the development of business impact of the activities, undertaking the activities contained under our ordinance. Everything will have to be taken up, including our problem with transport. Right now, I understand Councilor Rosario have talked to Ateneo as regards the conduct of certain studies that we need to be proposed that may be considered in some way. So we do not know what the entirety of the proposal will look like, but we are expecting number one, the service sector is including experts, and all of this will have to be incorporated in that continuous we are supposed to receive the draft of the plan this last quarter of 2017. Of course, we may be expecting some delays, but that will be on that help the 3 months delay. Various sectors will be consulted, including the business sector, transport sector, even students, farmers, etc. So most likely, we were expecting a very comprehensive proposal or plan insofar as traffic concerns. That may include also the construction of a electric bridge, as you mentioned. But maybe not already. Result of the various disciplines. Okay. About 17 yata yung identifying sector or group that will be involved in what we call as design thinking workshop. This is a workshop developed by a partner agency, international agency, which was introduced to
already planned for the city mayor, what we call today now, is going now. Surprise. Iniran ko from this high school, college. Although may color pa yun, pero is coming, months, any time.
Insofar as the city government of Naga is concerned, we have no authority to impose this kind of test. But I understand the national government had taken the initiative of undertaking drug testing on certain schools, certain students. So yung parang nag-uusap dyan, yung Department of Health and then Department of Education at kung ang subject ng drug testing ay high school students. Colleges and universities
Sound check, sound check.
si Mati. Paresin pa rin mo yan na.
Ang diferensya kanina, mga nag-order ka ng lunch? Iyo po. Ha? Iyo.
Palaugon ta lang, sir. Palaugon ta lang muna.
Session is now resumed. Yes, sir. Councilor Greg Abunal, should we adjourn? Session now adjourned. Okay. Session is now resumed.
The report of the Committee on Transport.
Committee on
Transport.
Transport.
Ano lang?
Committee on Transportation.
I move for the acknowledgement of the report.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the report of the Committee on Transport for the committee hearing held on August 9, 2017. Item number 1, Mr. Chairman, is the pending matters referred to the Committee on Transport. There are several matters, Mr. Chairman, which is pending for the Committee on Transport, and here are the disposition, Mr. Chairman, of those matters. First, on motion of Honorable Baldimoro, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod for the confirmation of the transfer of Trimobile franchise to Jesus Antonio Mora for 3 units with body number 1139, 1350, and 1377. I believe, Mr. Chairman, that this matter was covered under Section 5 of the ordinance authored by the Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo, which those Trimobile franchises which lacks resolution, but the unit was already in the name of the transferee, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
So, what really is this? Is it a transfer of Trimobile franchise or just an issuance of 3 separate resolutions?
Just issuance, Mr. Chair, of 3 separate resolutions.
Okay. Upon motion, without objection, the same is approved. We issue 3 separate resolutions.
The second disposition, Mr. Chair, on motion of Honorable Elmer Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Sanchez, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod for the confirmation of the transfer of franchise of Cecilia Batalier for 1 unit with body number 0235. Same situation, Mr. Chairman, passage of a resolution confirming the franchise.
Okay.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
The third disposition, Mr. Chair, is that on motion of Honorable Baldimoro, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to advise the Trimobile Task Force to accept all requirements from the Trimobile operators for a thorough evaluation and review as basis for the final disposition of the committee with regard to the transfer of Trimobile franchise. So with this, Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct the Trimobile Task Force through the Secretary to review all requirements in connection with this disposition of the committee. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Same is approved.
Item number 2 is press endorsement dated August 3, 2017, endorsing the new application for Trimobile franchise of the following. The matter and the disposition has the same content, Mr. Chair, so can I move directly to the disposition?
Yes, please.
Disposition, finding the documents submitted which are complete and in order, on motion of Honorable Baldimoro, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod for the passage of a resolution granting the approval of the transfer of franchise to the following persons. First, from Virgilio Escolano to Virginia Escolano Claveria of Liboto, Naga City, with body number 1247 and 1249. This is a transfer from father to daughter, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So move, Mr. Chairman, for the passage of two
Without
resolutions.
objection, the same is approved. The Secretary will please take note that 2 separate resolutions will be signed, correspondingly signed. Next item.
The next, Mr. Chairman, is the transfer from Erlinda Kalumag to Darin Kalumag. To move for the passage of resolution transferring this Trimobile franchise with body number 0917 from mother to son. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
And the third, Mr. Chairman, is from Melinda Millari to Josephine A. Velasco, Trimobile franchise with Trimobile unit body number 1159 and 1446 from Melinda Malyari and Toribio Domer to Josephine Velasco. So move for the passage of two resolutions, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the motion is approved.
Item number 3 is later dated August 2, 2017 from the SP Secretary, submitting a report with respect to the request of Piston Development Multipurpose and Transport Service Cooperative for resolution of 21 Trimobile units for hire in the name of Piston. Actually, Mr. Chair, this matter was already declared as moot in academic since it was already taken up during the last regular session on August 6. So move to just take note of the matter, Mr. Chair. And declare it moot in academic. Item number 4 is later dated August 4, 2017 from the head of the Trimobile Task Force and submitting the status report with respect to the resolution numbers 2017-223, 2017-224, and 2017-225, all pertaining to expired Trimobile franchise and mayor's permit for information. Disposition on motion of Honorable Baldimoro, Joseph seconded by Mr. Darilay, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to request the Trimobile Task Force to submit an updated report regarding the compliance to the said 3 resolution of this body. So move, Mr. Chairman, to direct our Trimobile Task Force.
Okay, the Trimobile Task Force is so instructed.
Last item, Mr. Chairman, item number 5 is later dated July 28, 2017 of Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban. Disposition, the body resolved to defer the matter and to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to request the Public Safety Office to conduct its survey and to submit its recommendation within 10 days from receipt thereof. This is with regards to the request of the Barangay Council of Santa Cruz, Mr. Chair, for the issuance of additional franchises for Padjak in that particular barangay.
Okay.
So that ends my report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo. Next item.
The letter dated August 10, 2017 from the City Budget Officer requesting for final stage in the augmentation of operation for job order and contractual employees of various offices and seeking the passage of an ordinance reverting to the unappropriated balance the amount of 3,033,149.
Can we refer this to the Committee on Appropriations? Next item.
Letter dated August 4, 2017 from the City Mayor informing that they did not renew the contract of service of Mr. Losada, which ended last June 30, 2017.
The same is noted.
Letter dated August 9, 2017 from the City Mayor submitting the approved site development plan of a city property located at Almeda.
We are referring this to the Committee on City Properties, where the matter is pending. Next item.
The proposed ordinance of Honorable Senator Aiden Rosario expanding the well clamp area coverage and authorizing the towing of abandoned, stalled, and illegally parked vehicles, providing regulations for dispositions.
We temporarily defer this, given that the Honorable Silito del Rosario is not yet around. By the way, is Councilor Julian Labadilla Jr. going back? Is he coming back? Okay, please let us continue.
The report of the Committee on Housing and Settlement.
Councilor Miller Akid Arroyo for the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Housing and Settlements for hearing held on August 4, 2017.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
There were only 2 items tackled, Mr. Chair. Item number 1, letter dated July 17, 2017 of Mr. Wilfredo B. Prillos Jr., City Planning and Development Coordinator, submitting his comment relative to the offer to sell a 76,663 square meter property owned by the Mercado de Horas and Villacuarta Group in Pacol, Naga City. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
On motion of Mr. Ludovice, duly seconded by Honorable Rentoy, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod for the passage of a resolution granting an authority to City Mayor John G. Bungat to negotiate with Maria Cristina Mercado, Antonio de Horas, Emelina Mercado, and Ezequiel Villacuarta for the purchase of their lot consisting of 76,622 square meters located at Pacol, Naga City for the city's urban poor housing program. So we move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the motion is approved.
Item number 2, proposed ordinance authored by this representation entitled An Ordinance Strengthening the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan Program of the City Government of Naga by amending Section 3A of Article 2, first paragraph of Article 7, Sections 27 and 28 of Article 9, and Sections 31 and 32 of Article 10 of Ordinance Number 98-033, otherwise known as the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan Ordinance of 1997, and providing additional measures to achieve the purposes and objectives of the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan program. May I go directly to the disposition?
Yes, please.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of the ordinance as mentioned, together with the recommended suggestions. So there were suggestions, Mr. Chair, and this representation will incorporate it in the final copy that will be submitted to the Sanggunian. So I move for the temporary deferment of this item until the submission of the final form of the proposed ordinance.
Okay.
May I move, Mr. Chair?
So this item is temporarily deferred. Thank you, Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo, for your report. Next.
The report of the Committee on Land Use.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Land Use for hearing held on August 7, 2017.
Your committee report is duly acknowledged.
There were 6 items tackled, Mr. Chair. Item number 1, letter dated July 17, 2017 of Mr. Ramon Albios, City Assessor, submitting comment in identifying whether the land is idle or vacant or not. May I go directly to the disposition?
Yes, please.
On motion duly seconded, the committee resolved to defer the matter and to furthermore direct the SP Secretary to provide the members hard copy of the said letter for their further study. So I move, Mr. Chair, that we direct the Secretary to furnish the members hard copy of the comments of Engineer Albios. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Item number 2, letter dated July 27, 2017 of Engineer Rolando Campillos, Housing and Settlement and Development Office, submitting for consideration and collegial action the request of Madam Maria Lucila B. Aborde, School Head of Balatas Elementary School, regarding the proper and appropriate document that the city could provide with respect to the site ownership of their school, and informing that Balatas Elementary School occupies a portion of the proposed Uswag Balatas Resettlement Project. May I move directly to the disposition?
Yes, please.
On motion duly seconded, the committee resolved to task Engineer Rolando Campillos, Mr. Hernandez Suron, and Engineer Leon Palmiano IV to submit within the week all documents pertaining to the subject property, such as the vicinity map, plan, actual area occupied by the school, and to request the school head to submit to the Sanggunian the source of the budget for the construction of the school building. So we move, Mr. Chairman, the two disposition to direct Engineer Rolando Campillos, Hernando Suron, and Engineer Leon Palmiano to submit the documents required by the committee. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
And another disposition to request the school head of the Balatas Elementary School to inform the Sanggunian on the source of the budget used for the construction of the school building, so that we will be guided, Mr. Chair, on whether the DepEd indeed had any document or has any document in its possession proving its right over the property, which is actually owned by the city government. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Item numbers 4, 5, and 6 were treated simultaneously, the same relating to the subject matter.
Okay.
Disposition, Mr. Chair, go direct to the disposition. As previously resolved, no matter pertaining to the internal squabbles in the St. James Homeowners Association will be entertained by the committee. The only issue that the committee will concern itself is the disposition on the offered deed of donation of roads and open spaces in the subdivision. For this purpose, the committee recommends to the Sanggunian to direct the SP Secretary to follow up on the referral to the DPWH on this matter and to give specific feedback on the result thereof in the next session of the Sanggunian Panglungsod. So we move, Mr. Chairman, for the direction to the Secretary as mentioned.
Without objection, the same is approved. Can we also direct the Secretary to inform the concerned persons of the St. James Homeowners Association of our disposition, meaning our decision not to entertain any other matter except the with respect to the donation of the roads and open spaces.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we direct the SP Secretary, Mr. Chair, to communicate with the concerned parties the disposition of the Sanggunian.
Okay, the Secretary is so instructed. Thank you, Councilor Miller Kid Arroyo. Next item.
The letter dated August 14, 2017 from the City Human Resource and Management Officer with respect to the proposed ordinance instituting the program on awards and incentives for service excellence and appropriating funds for the purpose.
This is pending before the Committee on Laws and Ordinances, so we refer this matter to the said committee. Next item.
The letter dated August 9, 2017 from Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban of the Naga City Police Office with respect with his report regarding the 90-day test run of PROSA and BMAC e-trikes.
Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated August 11, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor with respect to the Department of Budget and Management letter disallowing the amount of 2 million for retirement gratuity.
We refer this to the Committee on Appropriations.
New business. The letter dated August 8, 2017 from Mr. Mario San Antonio,
Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated August 6 from Mr. Gabino Pilapil of St. James Homeowners Association requesting for copies of approved development plan and approved house construction drawing of St. James Subdivision.
Is this addressed to us? Do we have a copy of the subject documents? We have. The Secretary, do we have a copy? Is this forming part of the records of the SP Secretary?
We are furnished with plans by the city planning with respect to the development plan of a subdivision, but we are not sure whether the drawing of all models of houses are incorporated in the plan. We will check the records, Mr. Chair.
So we furnish the requesting party of the available documents. Okay. The Secretary is so instructed. Next item.
The endorsement dated August 10 from the Office of the City Mayor endorsing the letter of Mr. Tyrone Noas of Doña Clara Village applying for e-trike.
This is referred to the Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated July 24 from Mr. Emmanuel Tejada, Philippine Youth Ambassador of Goodwill, Batch Bulawan 44.
Committee on Appropriations.
The endorsement from the Tri-Mobile Task Force endorsing the application.
The same is referred to the Committee on Transport.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Jose Serranyola amending the Ordinance 95-070 prohibiting tobacco, cigar, and cigarette smoking in public places.
Committee on Health and Laws, with the Committee on Health as the lead committee. Next item.
The letter dated August 7, 2017 from Mr. former City Mayor Sulpicio S. Rocco Jr., Administrator, with respect to the request for
Land use.
Land conversion.
Committee on Land Use.
Other matters, letter dated August 8, 2017 from the Honorable Mila S. Dutakid Arroyo, addressed to the Honorable City Mayor, seeking favorable approval to grant them the fund needed for benchmarking activity of the Naga City Urban Development and Housing Board this coming August 31 to September 3, 2017.
Noted. Since this is addressed to the City Mayor. Any other matter?
Nominal vote.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Without objection, same is approved. Session is now adjourned. Councilor Greg, we can now go to...
Wow.